All right, all right. So let's see. Stream. It's my first time trying this. Well, um, someone tell me if this is working. Let's move this chat window over here. Concurrent viewers, 1. Okay. Is it me? Am I the viewer? Cool. Well, I guess everything's working, but we'll see. Remains to be seen. OBS over a little bit. So does YouTube, I wonder if YouTube records the things you stream, so if this will be useful later? I'm going to use my phone for Discord, computer for YouTube chat, also for the thing I'm doing, making a map. What's this button do? Create highlight video. Share live stream settings. Huh. Well. Well, what else? Yes, we'll see how this is working. I guess I'll record it myself also. Start recording. Cool. So, hey, I'm Max. I've never streamed before or used OSB to record anything before, so maybe I'll lose all this work. But I wanted to do some work on the Children of Solarus Overworld using my tile set. Ah, sweet. Someone says it's working in the YouTube chat. Hell yeah. Hey, Borromeo. Cool. Well, then let's get started. So I don't usually use, I'm using my Mac to stream, and I don't usually use this for working in Solaris. So there will be probably a little bit of a learning curve of like kind of different mouse, using command instead of control for keyboard shortcuts, but let's see what we can do. So I've got, this is the map I'm going to be remaking today. This is section Overworld section A4, and I've already done the one directly above this, A3, which is right here. So this is what this looks like in Solarus. So I think to start off with, one thing I like to do is to copy the tiles on the bottom of the map so that I can paste them into the new map so that everything lines up rightly. Let's just go ahead and make teletransporters invisible so I don't copy that because that's not important. One little thing I like to do is to just go ahead and draw for like long tiles, like this cliff tile is super long. I don't want to copy all of that, so I'll just put one right at the bottom. But let's see, we definitely want these trees to line up between maps. All these pieces of cliffs. Select, grab all of y'all, all of you. You guys are all coming with me. Coming with me. And then make a mental note of what is in the corner. So it's that cliff piece. Copy that. Drop this bad boy down here. And that is how everybody's gonna line up. So you'll see in the background I have here the sprite from ZSDX, or well, it's a sprite now. It is the map exported with the this clicky export to image feature, and then I set that up as a sprite, and I just have a giant custom entity of that sprite. I lowered the opacity so it would be easier to look at, but it's, as you can see, it doesn't quite line up with the size of the map, so we're going to be doing some creative sliding around of the layout. So just like looking at it in general, like this path between the trees is actually right here. You know, this path over here is going to be coming down between these fences. I'm not super, let's take a look at so this is A4 we're looking at. Let's take a look at our sprites. Let's put a few more and look at B4 also. Just see what's going on there. Because I was curious about this edge over here. Okay, so it looks like it's just mostly open. The cliff goes into the water. That's just good to know. Cool, so we'll probably block, you know, move these trees sort of over here. I think I might pull this cliff so it's not like ending in a cliff at the edge of the map, but rather ending in water. So I might pull that in a little bit from the edge. This is the thing I'm most interested in. I don't know if you can see can you see my mouse? Oh, you can't even see my mouse. Well, I'll stop using that to point. What I can use to point is one of these maybe. Yeah. I'll use a piece of sand to point. So yeah, the thing I'm most interested in is this dungeon entrance here. We're definitely going to be wanting to scoot that over a little bit, but this part I think is really one of the most confusing things in ZSDX, that you have to know to just help a dude out. He's like, I'll give you a boomerang if you help me. He doesn't give you the boomerang. You just have to know you have to help him in some random cave before he shows up out of nowhere and makes stairs appear. That's kind of that's moon logic, man. So I'm gonna see if just with the setup we can do something a little bit more rational with that. I'm also really interested in this hill, making it a little bit more of a location rather than just a bump in the ground. That was a little bit weird too. It was very clearly signposted by the signpost right here, but bringing a flower up here and then it makes an explosion, that's a little weird. We're gonna see if just by map design we can maybe imply something a little more logical. So all right, let's get started. So the way that I like to do tiling, do this kind of tiling situation over top of a different map, is the last thing I do is the ground. First thing we're going to do is like trees and cliffs so we can sort of block in our space. And by the time we have all the trees and cliffs done, we'll put in a few more specific things like these staircases that go into the ground, that kind of stuff. And then we should be able to just take away the background image because we'll have everything blocked in and just use it for reference to be like, you know, how many cave entrances are there going to be and that kind of stuff. So let's start with cliffs. Let's pull these bad boys down a little bit and just resize them to continue on with where they were for now. This weird tall vertical cliff along the side with the link to the past assets doesn't make sense and really can't be replicated with the ocean set tiles, which I'm fine with because it just makes so little sense. It's so tall. What's up with that? Another thing with the ocean set tiles is like this should be a 1 tile wide cliff. The ocean set tiles, just the cliffs are 2 tiles wide because you can the details look a little bit better like that, I think. Um, but deal with it. It's just gonna go over the edge, and that's gonna be fine. It's okay if things go a little bit over the edge. Um, yeah, let's bring in some trees. I'm using these trees, which are which I created as a 1-to-1 recreation of, I believe, Diorandor's made them for the light overworld tile set that was originally used in Children of Solaris. I'm just gonna leave this guy over here for copy and paste reasons later. But so yeah, these are sort of a 1-to-1 recreation of those, which is helpful because those are very much a 1-to-1 recreation of the Elect of the Past trees, so things will line up very well. I'm just going to look at here and see how close to the trees above them that I put them. It's a little bit inconsistent, but it usually covers up that dark black line or so. Should have been a little more consistent there. But so, let's look at our grid. No, things aren't really super aligned to the grid. That's fine. We'll put them like right there. Extend these out a little bit from either side. Leave ourselves a little bit of room to deal with this cliff situation. Because yeah, this is gonna take some creativity to figure it out. I'm just gonna check Discord real quick. And make sure that I posted in the Children of Solaris channel that yeah, looks like the stream isn't working for Lamazing. Not working for Lamazing. Tries to open it in VLC, then VLC doesn't like the link. Huh. It's a YouTube stream, so you should be able to view it on YouTube, I think. Maybe go to my YouTube channel. Let's send a link to my YouTube channel. what a self-plug. Aha. Okay, now there's a much now there's a much better link in the Discord. Okay, so this is a learning experience. Copy. Excellent, the link works. Cool. I'm gonna go mute my laptop sitting over here, which is doing little Discord biddings and keeping. All right, cool. Anyway. All right. Okay, I think we're ready to get back to it. Cluder says I look a lot like my avatar. Thanks. I drew my avatar myself to be a picture of me. All right, let's get back into this. All right, so let's figure out what are we gonna do. What are we gonna do about these cliffs and dungeons. I kind of feel like I want this hill to be connected to this cliff. I feel like that just makes sense. So let's go actually maybe make a change to the map above this. Just get rid of this tree. Oh, weird. The delete button on Mac does not delete. Let's just cut it then. And you. Resize this bad boy and throw in a little cliff twister. Like so. All right. Gonna do the matching thing down here. Meaning that this is not there. But we will need something to block the player from walking, because right now there's no edge here. So maybe we'll put some trees there. Oh no, it's slightly bigger than I was expecting. There we go. That's something that you gotta watch out for. I think it's just a little sloppy to let your player walk right up to the edge of something that they could potentially expect to be able to pass over to the next screen, and then you should just block those. So put a couple trees here to block. Actually, we could do better than trees. We could just do maybe some cliffs to make it more thorough. Hey, friends in the chat. So yeah, this is something that I really like about designing overworld maps and such, is they are at their core problem solving exercises. So our problem here is that we want this to be blocked on both sides. We want it to be sort of a hill situation. So I think what we can do is sort of do a multi-layered, let's do a bit of a multi-layered cake kind of thing. Put a second sort of yeah, no, let's give this a try. Let's give this a try. Let's add just a second tier to this little cliff cake that we're carving, and use that as a blockade to keep people from walking from A4 to A3 here. So there's 2. So let's see, how far from the edge of the map is this? 4 tiles away from the edge of the map. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what we're doing. That'll line up. I keep pressing the oh, it's not quite lined up. Wait. 1, 2, 3, okay. Went over a little bit too far. Yeah, I keep pressing. That's a bit of a bug. The delete key not deleting things in the Mac version of the editor is a little pesky, but that's fine. I will eventually get used to that today. And then I usually design on Linux anyway, so it'll just be a problem for temporarily. Let's see what we can do. I like the idea of this hill. What's the name of this hill? Beaumont Hill? Let's ask that in the chat. Beaumont Hill? Something like that. It'd be nice to get the name right. But let's give this a little bit of a more organic shape than it had in the original. I think that'd be nice. We're going to encroach a little bit into this area, which I think is fine because we can scooch this other stuff over. In fact, let's just scooch it over now. Hey, there we go. And that gives us more space to build out this hill in a more organic way. All right. Beaumont. Function and delete. Oh, hell yeah. Let's give that a try. Christopher says function delete. Christo delete. Neat. Weird and unexpected. Stellar. All right. Yeah, let's give this hill a bit of a more organic build. All right, so we've got 3 tiles here that we sort of need to block off. I'm thinking maybe we'll use some bushes to do that. How wide is this? One of these trees would work. We aren't really using these trees anywhere else in this area, so that would be a little weird. Maybe at some point I'll go back and add those in, but for now I'll just use a couple bushes to block that off. See how else we want to build out this hill. Hey, Zelda Retro. Yeah, I don't talk the most clearly. I'll try to, I will try to talk a little more clearly than I do naturally when I remember. Yeah, what else can we do with this hill to make it a little more natural looking? I think one thing that we may do is add a little bit of change, a little bit more gradual change in the elevation is something I might want to try. So one thing that I really wanted to make sure you could do with these cliffs is this. That you can just sort of, you don't need to have them like, you can just sort of boom, 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 stack them right on top of the edges. And I think that does look fine. You can use some of the edge pieces to make it a little smoother if you want. I think it looks a little better like that. Because that just adds so much more flexibility than having to be like, oh, if I want another layer, it's got to go inside, and then you end up with like, you know, if you have a 4-layer hill, you've got 4 edges at the edge, which is But I think this might be kind of nice to have a little bit of a, let's just sort of feel it out as we go. Just keep stacking cliff pieces together and see how it looks. What if we do one of these where the cliff is taller on one side and then sort of goes down? Oops. One thing I've noticed is when you go to just like set down a tile and pull it to resize, sometimes it pulls from the wrong side. Let's bring that side piece to the top so we can push that guy underneath. This is looking a little more natural, but this isn't really so much. This is like a less of like a hill and more just like a mesa, you know. Maybe what we want to do, make the slope up to it more gradual, because we've got plenty of space horizontally to expand. That's really nice. So we can maybe do this kind of thing. Oh yeah, I haven't updated. Yeah, I don't think I have updated preferences. I don't actually know how to look at the I don't actually know how to look at the version of Solaris that I have on Mac. Preferences maybe? I don't know. But yeah, I did not update. Oh, 1.6.0. There it is. Yeah, I should update to 1.6.4. Maybe we'll do that later. Because I don't want to just stop in the middle of this for that. But yeah, I forgot there was the 1.6.4 update was earlier this was last week. What day is today? Earlier this week maybe pushed out for Mac, which is great. So yeah, I'd love to give that a try. Should do that in a little bit. For now though, let's just focus. I'm just going to focus on getting the bones of this map worked out. So one thing that I like to do for hills like this, things that are a little more gradually sloping, is something like that where it sort of zigs around. It's a I wish you could. I wonder if there's a way to make it so you can see my. Because you guys can't see my mouse cursor, can you? There's got to be a setting for that in OSB. Properties. Cancel. I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna ask this question in Discord. Anybody know how to make your mouse cursor show up in OSB? Because it'd be nice to be able to point at things with my mouse. I'm doing it anyway. It's just not showing up, I don't think. But what was I saying? Yeah. So over this part of the cliff, I like to do the little cutoff thing to imply a slope, sort of similar to how these do with the diagonal tiles sort of fading back. I think it makes a very nice gradual slope to a hill. Something else that I find is really helpful for gradual slopes is doing this where instead of having a long straight cliff face, you have it zigzag a little bit. I find that to be very helpful. And one thing you could do that I don't often do is like this. So if we take away, let's hide our let's hide level -1 for now, and throw down some grass just so we can take a look at what this would look like when we're done. Like this kind of works to just sort of in the cliff with its railing. I don't really have a good word for the pieces of these cliffs. I've sort of loosely been calling them railings, or in my head I call them crusts, which does not make a ton of sense. But I think that can work to end it, but it's not my favorite. I prefer to just... Honestly, I prefer them doing this, like curving back up. So I think what we'll do is move this down a couple more steps. So there's a room for this part to curve back up. I think that makes the best edge. in case it's not clear what I mean. I'm about to just do it. Like that. So I think that really implies best a gradual sloping hill. So let's bring our reference back on layer -1. So yeah, now we've got some that's a good rough draft of this hill area. Still leaves us at a good elevation for, oh, someone answered my question. There's an option in your capture screen source to display your cursor. Let's take a look at that. I know OS, I'm not. Let's see, sources, editor, order, transform, deinterlacing, scale filtering, filters properties, window, defaults, cancel, no. Maybe it's another source. I guess I could do a display capture instead of a window capture. Oops, getting a phone call. I'll answer that later. Let him leave a message. Yeah, how do I show my mouse cursor? Let me just, properties of sources? Nope. Settings, maybe? Stream, general, projectors, hide cursor over projectors, preview, importer, studio mode. Yeah, just not seeing it. Interesting. Oh well, maybe that's something I will figure out in the future for next time I stream. Oh, there's Zelda Retro. It should be your screen or window capture. The source that displays in the editor view. Editor view? Why don't I just show... Alright, well, you know what we're just going to do? We're going to, real quick, just add another source. Window capture. This is going to go... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, I've done something recursive. Okay, that was fun. Well, this is just going to be something we Google later. I don't want to spend any more time on it. Oh well. Okay, so let's move back onto mapping. So we've got a good rough draft for Beaumont Hill. I'm happy with that. Now let's do the other thing I was most interested in is the first dungeon. So yeah, let's figure out how we're going to do some cliffs for that. I'm going to start just by giving us an area within which to work. We're going to kind of zigzag this cliff a little bit. move that guy underneath there. I pressed, you can't see my keys, but I pressed B there to just like throw the selection underneath the existing tiles because that thing I mentioned about the cliffs being, you know, 2 tiles wide. Here's something I want to do. I would like to just make this give us a little more room down here within which to work. You can push these cliffs below even lower later. And I mean, this is all, thing about doing a map like this is you're kind of rough drafting everything in, and we'll make changes later if we need to. So here's another little technique I like to do. So this cliff is 2 tiles wide, 1, 2. If you zigzag, something you can do is be like, actually, after this zigzag, you can make it 1 tile wide, or 1 tile tall. Sort of imply a slope that way. YouTube comments, try to double click on the source that displays the editor view. You should see some extra options, but you can search for that layer. Yes. Double click on the source. So the source would be Solarus editor. The properties I get are show window with empty names, show window shadow. I don't get the option to show cursor. I'm thinking it's because I'm streaming a window rather than a display, and the cursor is not part of the window. That's just my best guess. But yeah, maybe next time. Maybe next time I'll be better. So here's an interesting thought. How are we going to resolve this cliff here with these trees? I'm going to take some time to think about that because I've got to go use the bathroom. BRB, deuces. Cool. Also, I got a granola bar because soon it will be lunchtime. Need a little snack. All right. So the other thing about this dungeon entrance is I've not made like the entrance yet, you know? Scoot this over just so it lines up nicely. But oh, you know what we should do? We should move these trees over so we can deal with how this cliff connects behind the trees. So we got jig jog over one tile. Just copy and paste this. Okay. I want this basically. A lot of times it's just way quicker to copy and paste a tile than it is to go all the way over into the editor, just because you're, you know, less distance to where your mouse is. Oh, one thing I haven't mentioned yet. See, you can, with this one, you can kind of see that tile. You can kind of see the vertical tile behind it. Just there's a slight, in the top left corner, there's a slight bit of light brown. These tiles will fix that. So there's two options there. That's one thing I dislike about this tile set, is I had to make a compromise there between smooth tiles such as this, where you can see the background behind it, and then when you have to do overlaps, having some sharp tiles. I didn't really like, you know, the redundancy of that, but for use, you know, just for ease of use. Whoa, okay, that's a sensitive scroller. My dear mouse, you are too sensitive by far. Let's just drop this tree. I think it'll look better if it goes over the edge a little bit right here. But that means, because we're going over the edge a little bit, we've got to reflect that down here. So it's a corner, 1, 2, 3 tiles, and then the tree. So corner, 1, 2, 3 tiles, and then the tree. Like that, I believe. Yep. So that'll line up. And that's just in case when you're walking over here and you go through the scrolling transition like that. In case your screen is wide enough that you can see that tree, we wouldn't want it to be misaligned. But all right, that's a good start for however we decide to make this dungeon entrance work. One thing one idea I had was that instead of that dude just showing up out of nowhere and making you a ladder, maybe he gives you some kind of seed that you could plant right here, and then you could water it, or, you know, once you plant it, it just bloop, 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 grows up into a climbing vine. I think that might be a slightly more logical option than just he shows up out of nowhere and pulls an unseen ladder from the wall. I think Christopher, I think you agree that that was hard to expect. One of the more confusing parts of ZSDX. But so let's leave that like there for now. I figure once we know what kind of dungeon entrance we're using, maybe there'll be a more logical thing. Like maybe it's a big tree stump, so maybe you have to grow leaves to climb in. I know there's a tree dungeon later, so maybe not that. Maybe it's a dungeon of a moth, so I mean, maybe you just need a key to a door. There's a lot of options, you know. So we'll figure that out later. For now, that's a fine start. So next, should we do the trees over here, or should we? Let's do the. Oh, interesting. This tree is from a different tile set. Oh, that's right, because I copied and pasted it. These trees actually so all the trees on this map are from the light overworld tile set. Because when I started doing this, I had not yet put them on the ocean set tile set. But they're there now, which is convenient because they are really good at being walls. Oh, cool. Christopher agrees with the planting a plant idea. Cool. Well, yeah, we'll do something like that. So let's do a little more cliff making. Let's work on these twin caves maybe. So I think I would like. Oh yeah, you wanted something different from a key. Totally I understand a lot. Yeah, Zelda is, I think that is one thing that is nice to avoid, is just using keys for everything when you're making a game. Like, oh, I get a key to this dungeon, key to this dungeon. It does get a little redundant. Especially I know in ZSDX there is a whole quest chain where you get a key to go use in a special door, which takes you into a cavern that has a key to use for another special door, which takes you into a cavern that has another key for a special door that takes you into the ice dungeon. And I think that's the way in. There's a heavy key sequence there. But yeah, for now, let's work on these cliffs here. So one thing to note that we should pay attention to is above the left cave you can jump down, and above the right cave you cannot. So let's start. We're going to scoot it a little bit to the right, this situation. Let's see, there are about 3 tiles between each of them. I don't think that that's something particularly important to preserve, but we can anyway. So let's just drop these cave entrances down here so that we can know where they are. And then line up our maze. So the other nice thing about using a custom entity with a giant sprite for reference is when you do push something over, like say we're working on this area down here, the whirlpool, and I want it over here, but I do want these doors to be where they are. I can just move it over here when I'm working on the whirlpool, and then move it back when I'm working on the twin caves, which is very nice. So high rec for using a custom entity with a giant sprite as a reference. I think it works really well. So for the edges here, I'm going to do something so similar to this that I'm just going to copy and paste it. Oops. Copy and paste, not cut and paste. Because I think that just works super well for this situation. And then we're going to do the same thing on the other side. That looks pretty good. I just wanted to check by this passage here. So the other, the big thing, probably the biggest thing to keep in mind when in remaking this old Zelda game with new free graphics is the progression needs to be the same, obviously. So I was checking, okay, how do you get south of here? Yeah, you have to be able to jump. So just while I'm talking about that, let's go ahead and add in that sort of blockade. Grab ourselves a fence. There are a couple different fences fence options here in the ocean set tile set. And for Children of Solarus, I just thought these looked nicer. Okay, that was a little too wide. Oops. Yeah, I tried out the lighter colored ones. They were just a bit weren't working the way I wanted. Cool. So we got that locked in. We can go ahead and set this up too. You know, just as long as we're talking about the gating progression. So you can see right now I'm lining this up exactly with the reference behind it. I might move it around later depending on how things go. We'll see. Not super important yet to, you know, it's nice that things can be flexible. I am going to find one of these level 2 rocks though. Paste it in. Cool. So, to be honest, one of my favorite parts of when I was playing ZSDX is this little path I'm making here right now. Just the I thought it was really nice how you can either walk this way or walk this way. And you know, they both kind of like you can get to either end from the, you know, as soon as you get the sword beginning of the game. It's really truly just like you have the option of going either way. I think that is a great little design touch in this type of game. Let's see. So looking at this, it looks like there should be, we can hide level -1. One tile between the high trees and the low trees. I also love this just like this nice little path you can take behind here. You know, it does have the you know, it is there because it has a few secret rupees, I believe, that you will find if you go back there. But other than that, it's just, you know, a nice little diversion of a path. I'm just such a big fan of that sort of, when there are paths that aren't like, this one has this purpose, you know, going this path results in this, going this path you will, you know, everything has a reason for being there, because you know that's not how the world works. A lot of times it's just, yeah, you can go one of two ways. I think it's nice to reflect that. So looking at this maze, I kind of want to copy this maze 1-to-1 because I don't want to figure out a different maze. So that's what we're gonna do. The thing with these trees I'm working with here is that I don't know. I don't have memorized their exact like which parts are walkable and which parts aren't. Um, but I'm pretty confident you can walk on the very rightmost 8 pixels. So that should, what I've just done should work for walkability purposes. Um, Let me go ahead and add in a few more trees than were in the original because I absolutely love trees. One thing you may have guessed about me if you've been following my game, Ocean's Heart, and seen just the amount of different foliage in that game. Um, Big tree fan over here. Love those guys. It actually is a thing in my family. My mom is a landscaper and is always out taking care of plants. One of my sisters studies ecology and is this summer she's doing like a bunch of conservation stuff for the parks in my city. Um, Me, I just draw trees on my computer and I'm like, oh, look, these are pretty. But that's enough trees for now. All right. So we've got a pretty good rough layout for the northern half of this. Let's go back to doing some cliffs and figure out the waterways. So first, let's just put some cliffs along the left side because we know this is the furthest left you can go. We don't want anybody to be able to get further left. So let's block that off with cliffs. Hmm. One thing I prefer to do with these tiles is to zigzag cliffs rather than having too long of a straight line. I don't think if you just, I think if you do these, you know, just like if I just did a straight cliff this whole way, I don't think that looks super great. Um, Another thing I just realized was that, let's take away my tiles. You're supposed to be able to get to Beaumont Hill without the Rock's Feather. You're supposed to be able to walk right up. The Rock's Feather, this jump down here south of this knight, is only for getting to this hole and to the water. So we're gonna have to redo that, which is no problem. We'll figure that out in a little bit. How we're gonna do that? Probably just like block it in with some trees here so you can go around up to the hill. Really, the particulars are not super important. Or we could put a ladder right here, and then more holes over here, so that you know you have two ways of getting there, but either are blocked by holes. We'll figure that out once I finish this waterway, and see what we got going on there. But yeah, as I was saying, I prefer to zigzag the cliffs a little bit. So we're gonna do a little bit of that right here. Just like, even if you're zigging it or zagging it by you know, just like one tile, I think it does make a notable difference compared to just having like a single straight cliff that goes on like 15 tiles. Anyway, that's just one tip I have for using these tiles. But hey, do what you want. I'm not your mom. Let's take away layer 1 so we can see what we got going on back here behind these trees. Because, you know, even though you can't see this part, it'd still be nice for it to have continuity. This one. That is one thing with resizing. Sometimes you expect it to do one thing and it certainly does not. So, one thing that is used frequently in this game in particular is these holes in the ground that are staircases that you come out of. I didn't put any in the ocean set tiles, so I'm just pulling them from, I'm pulling the ones I did from the light overworld tile set. Let's use those again. Oh, I remember something I was going to talk about. Definitely wanted to show an example of a cliff you jump off of. Let's zoom in a little bit. Oh my gosh. This mouse it's one of those mouses that you can like touch and it's got no real wheel, so it's loose. Can't control it. So the way I like to do this kind of thing where you can jump off is I use these two are south facing stoppers, these two are your north facing ins, these four are for the sides. What I usually do for jump areas is I grab some grass, go 8 tiles, and then grab the grass edge. Go 8 tiles, do a little bit of that. I'm going to show it to you without. I'll show it to you in context. That's how it'll look. It is a very stark difference between like this, which you know you can't jump off of, to this. So I like that it is super clear that like, oh, something is here. This is, you know, something is different with the edge of this cliff as opposed to the rest. Zoom. Why? You're just gonna... there we go. Cool. Manually. So anyway, yeah, that's how I like to do those. Yeah, let's continue doing this. The reason I thought of that was because there's a little area where you can jump down that we're about to get to down here as well. That's what I was talking about with that. A lot of times you go down and you assume that the default point that you expand from is the bottom right, and sometimes it works. And sometimes, man, it just doesn't. It'll think it's on the bottom left. I don't know why that inconsistency is. Sometimes you just gotta set things down and then click R. But that's not really a fun fact with Max about this tile set. In particular, just as something I've noticed that I'm sure anybody else who uses this engine has also noticed. So another thing you may have noticed, if you are big on like spot the difference games, is that I haven't been putting the bottom of these cliffs on. I've just been doing the top two tiles because obviously we're going to be using water bottoms for these because we're going above the bottom of a lake here, or you know, we're going above a waterway here. The water tiles. So I mentioned earlier that I made all the like just the south facing cliffs 2 tiles wide each. The water is just 1 tile wide, and the reason for that is that I mean, besides it just being less work to make, I think the animation that it has, because it's an animated tile, distracts from the fact that every tile is the same. You know, every 16 pixels it repeats. Because it's animated, you pay more attention to the fact that the water is moving, and the fact that it's so repetitious doesn't stand out as much, in my opinion. Anyway, that is tile theory with Max. I have a lot. I have a lot of tile theories about how best to design graphics. I am very opinionated about that. If you want more opinions than you probably actually do, hit me up. All right, so what I've done now, what I've just noticed that I've done, is fully enclosed the top and bottom of this maze. So we could go in and just recreate the maze 1-to-1 now, which I think I might do. The one thing about that is that'll definitely lock me in a lot of ways, you know. Because if it needs to be adjusted a little bit, oh, that'll be a huge pain. So is there anything else I want to do? Like if we do this area that I'm just doing the south border of right now, like I might realize there's not a lot going on down there, and maybe I want to you know, expand the maze a little bit to the right. No, I really am sure that I don't want to make any changes to the maze at all. Just because I know it'll be like there are a lot of things that I think it's fun to redesign. This maze is really not one I think will be the most fun to do a redesign of. Oh, I see. I see what went wrong there. This one got resized. So I mentioned this earlier. The way that the I just got a Discord message. The way that I want to do this side is I want there to fully be water over here as opposed to just the cliff going right to the edge. I just think that'll be a little clearer. You know what? Let's yeah, I think what we're gonna do actually is just as long as we're this close, get all the cliffs in. Just finish getting all the cliffs in place. Because there is something I do want to redesign, and it is this straight cliff along the bottom that is like 1,000 pixels long. I want to make that more interesting. So let's think about what it needs. So it looks like it connects on the right side to B4. So let's look at our reference for B4. So it looks like a long, long, long straight cliff over to a treasure chest on the far right side. So it does have to, what that tells me is that it does have to be traversable all the way from this cave at the bottom all the way off to the right side of the map. So there's a couple ways there's a couple things we could do. We could, I mean, I'm not just going to keep it straight. I don't think that'll look good. That'll look unnatural. We could just have a sort of a zigzaggy situation, which would be fine. But I'd prefer if it were like, I think what I want to do is a little bit more work than that, and make it multi-leveled, and maybe put some bridges in. Maybe just make it a couple of, a few different islands of different heights that are connected with bridges. That'll be much more interesting to walk across than just a straight line. And another thing we can do is this cave, we can just move it over here. There's no reason it has to be all the way over here, man. No reason at all. Make the water go all the way to the south part of the map. I think that'll make a little bit more sense anyway, like, oh, it's a lake at the bottom, a lake at the southern end rather than a well, I guess, a different lake, but a weirdly rectangular long lake. You know what? I mean, not that rectangular lakes are weird, because in real life, lakes do actually tend to be more of a snaky long situation than a big oval, but you guys know what I mean. So let's just grab this whole thing, this whole cliff bit. These resize not that nicely. I thought they did, but apparently they don't. So changing what I was about to recommend, I was gonna say what you can do is just take this cliff as, this cliff and the cliff edges and the cliff face together to resize. I'm not going to recommend that. Do edges and then cliff face is what I would recommend now, based on having tried that real quick and it didn't work that well. All right, so we want this cave entrance. Oh, I just realized I forgot to put this on top of these caves. This is a little layer 2 thing, because this bit is all traversable, so you need to put a little thing on layer 2 in order to like hide your head as you go into the cave. Another thing you may want to do is put a little wall here on layer 0, or whatever layer you're walking in on, so that way you cannot walk high enough up that your head pokes out above the top of this tile. That's optional though. I never do it because if you put a teleporter here and a destination here, you'll never be able to hit this wall because the teleporter will take you away before that even happens. But still, just thought I'd bring it up just in case. Another thing you can do is which is actually, I mean, I really like it, but if it's not applied consistently, I don't really see the point. Something like this, where you've got your entrance here or whatever. I'm obviously about to delete all of this, but you can give yourself a little bit of a path to walk under. Oops. And then do one of those. I think that works really nice because then you really feel like you're going into a cave. You know, you're going deep back in there. I think it's really nice when I see that, when I get a chance to do that. But if you're not applying it consistently, you know, everywhere, then I'm not really sure how much of a benefit there really is. I don't know. So let's see, this guy, this narrow thing, man. So I'm trying to figure out what the best way is, because I need 2 tiles of cliff here. In order to have enough room for this cave entrance. And then we'll do a ladder to the left of it in a second. Actually, you know what? Let's just do the ladder right now. Ooh, my goodness. I tell you, zoom in with this mouse. It's really nice for scrolling because you can go up, down, and left, right. But zooming, oof, not my fave. So, pretty similarly to the way we did the place where you jump down up here is how I do like ladders and staircases. The staircases included here, this staircase is actually super simple. You know, you just set it there. Make sure that there's a walkable tile down here just to the south of this one, and boom, there you go. It's you know, all in place for going right up a cliff that is 2 tiles tall, or you can extend it to however tall you need to. I'm not going to use that here because this is just such a small out of the way area that I feel like it's a little weird that there would be a whole staircase, you know, carved into the rock. So we're not going to do that. We're going to do a repeat of this situation. So just like the jump downs, but then we're going to go grab this guy who is that's you know, my version of the sort of rope ladder things from A Link to the Past. Turns out they really cover up the you may not need to bother with this tile because it really covers that up. In fact, let's, you know, we're doing good practices here. It turns out you don't need to do this or this. You can just give yourself some traversable ground there. There you go. Now you got a ladder. It's great. All right, anyway, let's focus back up. So the reason I was concerned is we really don't have enough tiles at the bottom, you know, not enough space left on this map. You could do this. Just put in a little edge here, Take these guys. There you go. I mean, that's fine. That's that one. Went too far. Like, that's fine, but I'm not the biggest fan of such cramped pathways. I don't think they're great. I don't think they're great to have a single tile pathway. It's not that bad because down here, I think I'm gonna give it a pass down here for a single tile pathway because this is so clearly like a secret pathway. It's not like this is the way people get to work every day. And then the reason I'm making this pathway up at the top of this hill more cramped is because I don't like having a walkable cliff, like a walkable space like this right edge with only a single tile of block at the bottom. I think when you do that, it makes the player or whoever's looking at the map kind of feel like, oh, they kind of ran out of space, which is true. We did. That's why it's like that. But so I think this is what I'm gonna go with. It's a little cramped like that, but that's fine. We can live with that. Because we're gonna make it a little less cramped as soon as we get out of here. So for this over here, so this circle of water and stones and stuff is, I believe, the warp to the final dungeon in the game. That's one super it feels super random. I didn't realize how much constantly talking after being in quarantine, and talking to no one except my wife for probably 2 months now is it's weird. Hurts my throat. I should get another drink. But so yeah, it's a little weird that there's just like a circle of water and that is the warp to the final dungeon. I'm not the biggest fan of that. So maybe we can use our imagination and come up with something a little more unique down here. Maybe it's like some ancient ruins. We've got some tiles down here that facilitate that pretty well. Maybe I'll do some custom tiles for that at a later date when we have a little more of the theme of the game pinned down. So for now, I'm just going to focus on doing little bridges here. So yeah, let's cover how bridges work real quick. Make some bridges because I do want this video to be, besides just a fun stream, a little bit of maybe reference for if someone is going to use these tiles and hasn't before, wants to see someone who's pretty familiar with them, how they do it. So there's a few options. So one thing I frequently use these to be bridges. I think they look best in when they are, the proportions of them are like this. And then grab this. This is a shadow. Just put that down there to show depth. Let's take away let's throw some water back here just so you can see. that's how that looks. For down here though, I do actually want to, I'm just gonna Control Z all this. I think I want to do, oh my gosh, I did not mean to zoom. More of a stone bridge. So we're just going to pippity pop. Either this or this. I've never used this tile for a bridge before. Let's give that a shot and see how that looks. Do that and then grab us some kind of stones. Try these, see how these look. That looks okay. Try a couple other options. I tried to put a ton of different options for like cobblestone, that sort of thing in this set. I don't particularly have a favorite. I think this one's a little dark. The other thing too is like, I don't really know who built this bridge. A lot of times that influences what kind of tiles I'll use. Oh, message. Ah, Christopher says, I'm really making the maps more interesting. Thank you. Yeah, I try to, I definitely wanted to, one of the reasons that inspired me was to do this, to redo a few of the maps, was there were a few places that I was like, that's not quite as interesting as it could be. No shade at Christopher, because I mean, this is an old game he designed long ago. And I know he knows, he is, I'm sure, in favor of all the changes that I'm making, because he knows that they're, you know, just like, not that the maps are bad, but you know, they definitely had a little bit of room for improvement. So just seeing that, I was like, it just drew me to want to make those improvements, because this is a cool game. And there were a few things that made it a little inhospitable. You know, a little bit of the hard stuff at the beginning. Yeah, I think these kinds of changes will make it a lot more hospitable. So let's go with that for now for the bridges. You may notice the shadows. The bridge is 3 tiles wide. The shadow is not. It's just 2. Oh, it's not even 2. Let's make it 2. I'm not too picky about those things, because one, you know, there's a height difference. The shadow might be a little smaller just because it's further away. And I think when you look at this bridge, you don't think about it being 3 whole tiles tall. You look at this bridge and you're like, oh, that bridge is 1 tile wide, because you're thinking about the walkable area. And then you might think a little bit about the sides too. So 2 tiles, honestly, like visually, when you're looking at it, looks like more than enough for the shadow, even though it's technically not as wide as the bridge is. Anyway, what else did I want to do? Let's see. This circle of stones here, I don't think it's important, which is good, because I think I mentioned this. I want to make this pathway of islands of multiple heights. Function delete. Keep forgetting that one. So I want to do some things like this. This is a technique I use a lot when designing, like, when I'm just trying to like make a straight path more interesting, is I make it, even if the path, honestly, this path is pretty straight, um, it will still feel more interesting if it goes around landforms that are maybe not just straight across, but have some variety in their terrain. So that's what I'm doing here. Let's see what we have in the way of. I think I'm gonna give. I have an idea of how to make a slightly more interesting path right here. If we make it sort of like a dead end. Oh no, how will we get across? It's okay, fam, I got you covered. We're gonna have a little bridge. These tiles are non-traversable, I believe. Let's take a look. Yeah, these are wall tiles. This is like a post, let's go if you got like two posts and then a piece that goes across them, a lintel. That's what that's designed for. But we could repurpose it as a bridge support, and then this one actually has an extra pixel hanging down. We'll use this one instead. So this is just me kind of experimenting. Sorry, I kind of messed this one up. In terms of like quickly grabbing some tiles and putting them together. You know what, this bridge support thing, I'm not doing it. Not liking that. Then let's grab our shadow tile. So this will make a more interesting path. You know, something I should add is like something like this, but it looks more like a support coming out of a wall, you know? That'd be cool. And see how they look. That's something that I have a lot of fun with, is just like repurposing tiles to see if what other circumstances they can work in. Because the built world, everything we build, bridges, and from bridges to houses to just roads and everything, how we get around, so frequently are just made of stuff like that. We find, you know, like every little corner of the world, you will find people have built unique solutions for that location. My favorite example of this is in my city. There's a oh, I'm missing the corner tiles here. In my city, there is a gas station by a university, and there's just like a slight bump, sort of like a slight hill near the corner of the gas station, and where the sidewalk connects to that part of the parking lot of the gas station, someone built like three uneven steps just to make your three little steps just to make the transition a little easier to walk up to the door. And it's just like such a small, unique solution that is just for that space. I try to do things like that when I'm designing maps. Is like, if this, you know, if this location existed in the real world, what would people do to get from here to here? Well, they'd need to build a bridge. You know, what's the best way to build a bridge here? Make some supports coming out of the wall. Um, anyway, that's just a little bit of my philosophy behind designing maps. Looking at this though, I don't think it looks good. I think we should just go and use the same bridges we've been using. Yeah, get out of here, old bridge. Just gonna take these and do it again. One difference though is we're not gonna put the other side of the bridge on. You know, just a little. It's just that part of the bridge. That was a little weird. Which tiles decided they wanted to resize and which ones didn't, but okay. All right, and now we got a much more interesting path. We can even, with this kind of path, we can even put some enemies on it, make it more interesting to walk down. We'll decorate this with like plants and foliage and stuff later. Let's zoom back out and remember what we've been up to. All right. So we've got that, but this is just about all the cliffs in place. Oh, we got this cliff up here. This one is a little bit of a weird one because I don't exactly understand its function. I'm not sure you're supposed to be able to walk right here. I guess I could boot up ZSDX and take a look. Ooh. There we go. But I'm not going to. I'm just going to guess. We're just going to make executive decisions. About the best way for this cliff to work. Decision number one, I think this would, because it's so detached from everything else, you know, it is really just a random cliff, random little hill thing in the, not attached to any other ones. We're just going to make it a little shorter. You know, there's no reason for it to be as tall as it is. Or well, rather, more precisely, the only reason it would be as tall as it is because the link to the past tiles force it to be. But we're not using link to the past tiles, we're using my tiles. Oh, I guess you are supposed to be able to jump down there because there's a diagonal jumper. What is the point of that? Wait, because... So you can walk... Let me grab a pointer. So you can walk here. Yeah, you can walk like this. Why would you... What's the point of walking down here, climbing up on the cliff, and then jumping off to go right back where you were? Honestly, I'm not sure what the point of like making this a one-way thing is. Like, because up here, these two you can walk like this, right? Like you can leave on the east side of these trees, go up to A3, and come back down on the west side of these trees. So then to make climbing up this cliff and jumping off so you can't get back without lifting up this rock, I don't really understand. Hmm. So is there anything, but is there anything more interesting we could do with this corner? Hmm. Let's look at B4 again. That's A4. Good job, Max. Let's look at B4 again. So these two trees, you can just walk here. So you can just walk like you could just, to grab another pointer, you could just walk like this around and right back. You can just walk in a circle around these. Hmm. So yeah, this is, I mean, so this is part of the map making process that uh, I really enjoy and should be recognized, is that like this is a chance for you to step back and examine the choices that you've made and what the gameplay purpose of them is. And in this situation, with this cliff, I really am struggling to see a gameplay purpose here. And when I was playing it, I also didn't see that. The first couple times I played this game without a guide, I came down here pretty frequently. Went over this jump a few times. I got a thing in the chat. I think we can't see the right side of your editor. Could you shift the working area to the left? Oh dear. Oops. Oh, so you guys haven't been able to see the right side of the editor that I've been talking about this whole time. Oops. There we go. Sorry about that. So yeah, anyway, let's so I'm thinking about the gameplay purpose of this area in the the middle right, and not really seeing one. So for now, let's just leave this space empty and allow ourselves to fill it in with something that maybe an extended part of gameplay that's different from ZSDX later, or fill it in with something that makes sense in terms of lore, maybe something like that. I think that's what we'll do for now. Cool. So I'm going to take some, then what else am I going to do? I'm going to take some trees, and block off this edge. Since this is the furthest west part of the map, it's nice they don't have to worry about what is to the west of this. You know, I can just put down some trees, they can stick off the edge as far as I want them to, and it does not matter. You can't go over there. But yeah, okay, that will, so that'll actually be all the edges of the map blocked in. Let's take some grass. Oops. I keep pressing the wrong keyboard shortcut. Yeah, let's take some grass. Put it over here. B to send it to the back. And show all entities. Let's put our put a teletransporter in place. Just trying to figure out where the place is. So this will take us to A3. Oh. No. You can't? Okay, cool. I had to guess. Like, it's not wide enough to tell. And then let's test play and just make sure everything connects properly and is walkable. I am max. Let's turn down the volume a bit. We're trapped because the point of the point of this part of the town is being trapped. Game set ability. Sword 1. Oh, you guys can't see the we had this window as a source. There we go. Oops, mistypoed. I did game get ability instead of game set ability. All right, give ourselves the ability to use a sword. And let's go explore what we just made. Oh, something's messed up there. Oh well, fix that later. Oops, forgot to set a scrolling too. Scrolling type instead of fade in out. Also, as long as we're over here, let's fix these. All right, there we go. All right, so the scroll looks good there. I'm not strong enough to lift this boulder. Make me stronger. Game set ability. What's it called? Lift? Is that what the name of the ability is? Lift? Yep. Make sure this transition works well. All right, so it looks like our transitions are good. You walk so much slower in this game than you do in Ocean's Heart. I'm not used to it. All right, so we'll figure this out for the first dungeon later. All right, looking pretty good so far. We're looking pretty good. Here's that maze thing. Right on. And then another boulder that I'm not strong enough to lift yet. Cool, 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 cool. Sounds good. Let's exit out of here. Open the editor back up. Cool. Well, then we've got all of our edges worked out. Everything sort of roughed in. I think now it might be time to figure out this area down here, because we want you to be able to get to the hill without jumping. So we're going to start on that in just a second. I'm going to go get some more coffee because my throat is getting sore. Good boy. Alrighty. Hello again. It looks like somehow the game is still up. There we go. Even though it's not running. Oh, cool! I missed a couple comments in the chat. The base game has a debug system unlocked by creating an empty file called debug in the saves folder. I'll have to try that out sometime. Because yeah, a couple when I went to actually play Mystery of Solarus, I added in my own debug functions because I did not have the patience to ooh, the screen keeps as I move this. Oh, weird. But yeah, I did not have the patience myself to play the whole game as it were. Alrighty. So yeah, what to do next? I think I said we were going to figure out this hill. So let's look at our reference. So we need to be able to get to the hill without any items. Cool. And then we need to get down to this little stump above. We need to get. Oh, one thing I totally forgot. We need a way to get down to the water. Let's figure out how we're going to do that. So one option for sure is just let's take away and just do this again. And then put in our little step ladder. That should get us down there just fine. I believe that's what I did on map A3. Yeah. So that's probably the standard. That may be a good standard way to do it. You know, just a little rope ladder that goes straight into the water. Give ourselves add in a little water here just for something nice to look at. But something else we might want to do is maybe just add a little bit of a platform down here. Wonder how that looks. Might not look that great. Yeah, I'm really not feeling that. Let's try it with vertically. Vertically aligned boards instead. Zoom in a little bit. It doesn't look great either. So for now, let's just stick with the ladder going straight into the water. I think it looks fine. And then if we want something else at some point, I'll make some custom graphics for it. Then let's see, where else do we need this? Over on the right side. Am I missing anything else? Oh, jumping off into the water by this piece of heart. Actually, let's make the jump off over at the edge. I think it'll be nicer over there. You may be thinking, oh no, you've locked yourself in. There's only this one tile, but that tile is deep water type, so you can swim on it, so we're fine. The hero will not be trapped here. And let's go ahead and add in those jumpers. So calculating jumpers is something I'm not great at. Let's see. So let's open up our grid. So let's say the jumper was here, and then let's add 8 pixels to it. This would be 16 pixels, 32 pixels, 48 pixels. So then you need 8 more than 48. There's jump length. So 56. Let's copy that. So the 56 one jumps over. So a jump length of 56 will totally clear two tiles and land on the third. Is that what we need down here? Yeah. Cool. Is there anywhere else we need a jumper? Well, near the entrance to the first dungeon, but not yet in my iteration at least. Okay, cool. We got our jumpers in place, our ladders are in place. Let's go ahead and figure out how to get to this hill without needing the feather. So I had discussed maybe putting a ladder right here and then more holes over here, so that way this area is blocked off until you have the feather. But let's give it a try, just moving our blockade further down so there's a path around it. So we'll just attach the fence there. Oh, we're going to need another one of these. Where? Grab that. That'll need to be there or something. And then we'll need to block this off, probably with trees. I think blocking things off with trees is one of my favorite ways to block things off. Although with this tile set, another option you always have to block things off is with these bushes. I wonder if there's an auto tile for the, if there's like a contour for those. There's not. We could do that. In my game, I have, you know, contours. You can just right click and draw the rest of the bushes around it, which saves a little bit of time. It can be a little confusing because when you're putting down that first tile, you really got to think through. Exactly where it's going, you know. But that'll do fine. We can even move this over here where I think it might look a little bit nicer. Yeah, we'll see. Cool, and that'll let us get up to the hill, no problem. Don't need the feather at all. All right, so then this, the entrance to the dungeon needs you. Why is it blocked off with a rock? So here's my okay, so in this area over here, okay, so yeah, it's blocked off with a rock because you cannot get west of the first dungeon until you can lift rocks. So we need to make our game, or we need to make this map accordingly. Let's grab some rocks. Hold on, my dog is barking. Let me figure out if I need to adjust that. He's just barking at someone jogging with their little yippy dog on the street. That's fine. Yeah, let's see what else. Yeah, all right, what else do we need to do? I'm kind of putting off this maze. See, that looks good. This, I'm just leaving alone for now. Yep, all right, it's time to do the maze. We are going to do this 1-to-1. So I think the way I'm going to start is just by doing all of these horizontal tiles all at once. This is going to be a little bit of a repetitious task. Wait a second. Couldn't I just do... Yeah, I could do that, and that would be a lot better. Oof. Yeah, so I haven't, this is my first time doing this, this level of work in the Solarus Quest editor on my Mac. And not the biggest fan. I'm really torn about the scroll. Being able to scroll horizontally is amazing. But the fact that it's this like touch thing, like, oh, it's so sensitive. It's so bad. This honestly does not look like you should be able to walk on it. I may at some point, I may just go in and redo these trees again now that I have a better idea how they're supposed to work. Because the most important thing, in my opinion, the most important thing about graphics is that it should be clear. Clear and obvious how you can interact with them. So almost everywhere else, you need a clear one tile to walk. And so up here, if this looks, it looks like it's a half tile of clearance, and you're like, oh, I can't walk there. And that's not figuring out that you're wrong in the assumptions you have that the rest of the game taught you is not a fun puzzle. So I may go in and redo these graphics for these trees at some point. Yeah, actually, I am actually of the opinion entirely that I just realized this should probably shift up 8 pixels. It would look better. It would be aligned to this. But then it bothers me that it doesn't align down here. I'll just copy this. So yeah, I'm actually of the opinion that when it comes to pathways in games, a single tile is probably too few, actually, if you want it to be obvious that this is a way to go. So if, like, within the fiction of the game, if people walk that way, it should definitely be wider than, you know, one tile, 16 pixels. So like this path up here, great. But there are a few other places that in this game in particular that I noticed that, like, there was a sort of like a main road, you know, a main path that you're supposed to take to get to a whole area of wow, could you stop scrolling? I think my mouse has some like gunk on it. Maybe that's causing all these problems. Let me try to fix that. That's probably pretty gross. Sorry, I had to see that. But yeah, like there's some main paths in this game where it's like, oh, you want to get to this part of the world, and in A Link to the Past too, not just in not to pick on Zelda ZSDX. There's several paths in A Link to the Path. Yeah, A Link to the Path. That's what I meant to say. Where a main road would only be one tile wide, and I don't think that's good design, because the inhabitants of the world, the NPCs, they would build a better road. You know, if they're going that way, then that's just not reasonable. If you're trying to get to Zorailian in A Link to the Past, the path is too narrow. Obviously, it makes it seem like nobody goes that way. But then how is the witch's shop still in business? Obviously, she needs people to come up that way towards her. But the path to the witch's shop is like a single tile wide, and you know there's some rocks in the way. It's ridiculous. Anyway. All right. Let's see if that helped. Reconnect mouse. Connected. There we go. But yeah, so my takeaway from that is if you're designing an area and NPCs in the game use a path as a road frequently, it should be at least 2 tiles wide for these sorts of graphics. You know, there are definitely some exceptions. If it's like oh, a little hidden foot trail that nobody ever goes on, or like you know, a secret narrow trail, yeah, by all means, make it just barely a, you know, one tile, you can just barely walk along it. But for any kind of thoroughfare, it should definitely be longer or wider. All right, I think that's good. I think that is all the fence posts. Now let's find ourselves a little tree stump. So I have this tree stump here that I just put down. And there is a bit of an issue with it. This tree stump was never designed to work in isolation. It was designed for this to always be right there on top of it. Then when I was drawing it, I thought it would be cute to make it so it could work. But just the way that the hitbox of this tree stump works, I don't think is going to feel good in gameplay. So to that end, I'm just going to put bushes here because I think they are more clear about where their boundaries are. You know, like you can tell this is 2 by 2. There's no question about it. Whereas with that tree stump, it looks like you could probably be able to walk behind that when in fact you can't. So plus the bushes are really fun. Not a ton of these type of assets have bushes like this. It wasn't my idea to put them in. They were just in the late overworld assets, and I copied them, or you know, made new versions of them to match the trees. Here's a good example of sort of what I was just talking about with the width of paths. This bit right here, if I put this bush here, is too narrow. I want the road up to Beaumont Hill to be, you know, a normal, like people go that way. So you don't want the path to be too narrow. If there were a bush right here, well, you know, right here, and people walk this way, they would cut it down to make room, to make the walk easier. All right. So let's grab some stones. Is that really the only heavy stone? The rest are all light? Okay. I get the impression that you shouldn't be able to walk here. Yeah. So that, I have some thoughts on that. So as designed, and no shade, Christopher, but so this is how the map was originally designed. Technically, you can't walk through, say this piece of wood is you. You can't walk through here. It's, you know, only 8 pixels wide in the gap, so you can't fit through. However, because just visually, these posts, it looks like you should be able to walk behind them, making this gap between these two look walkable. I think that's a frustrating user experience. So we're just gonna do this. Cool. so that it's just 100% clear. No, you can't walk through there. Um, so I'm pretty sure to get to the treasure chest by these trees, you need to have the level 2 strength. Although it doesn't look like that from the map, because it looks like, based on the ZSDX map, you could just walk this way behind these trees to get there. I imagine there is secretly something blocking you right here. But because that's not super obvious, why don't we just copy this and put it here as well? So it's just super obvious. Oh, you want to go this way? You need to be able to lift up these black rocks. And then let's grab our lighter rocks and fill in the rest of these. So one thing I am curious about, and Christopher, if you're listening, this is, I guess, really just a question for you, is it seemed like when I was playing, the things you would get from inside these rocks were hard coded. Like there would, like right here, these 3 rocks that I put down in a row, this last one would always have better treasure than the first one. So like you were rewarded for picking up more rocks. You know, like the more rocks you pick up, the better the rewards are. And I guess I was just curious if that was true, if that was intentionally coded, or if I was just reading too much into it. All right. All right, there we go. There is a reproduction now of this lift rocks maze. Oh, I just realized I messed something up. You could, oops. Right now, you could walk over here without the ability to lift rocks, jump down, and be trapped forever. That's no good. I guess, didn't want to. I guess that'll have to do. I thought it looked better the other way, but that'll have to do. All right, let's zoom out. What else are we missing? So you'll notice that at this point I still haven't put the ground down. The reason I'm doing that last is just so that I can continue to see, to see what is on layer -1, so I don't have to constantly be turning off the upper layers in order to check. That's the only reason for that. So yeah, there's a couple treasure chests. I'm not gonna put those in place. There is this area down here. So what are we gonna do with that area? I guess to start off with, let's make it shallow water, maybe. Did not mean to zoom in there, but whatever, that's fine. So shallow water edges just go around the edge of shallow water, perhaps pretty obviously. Then man, I don't know, maybe we want to put some, maybe we want to do a little bit of sand here. That could be fun. Let's see how that looks. Let's put some sand edges around that. Oops. See how that looks. Because functionally this area was just somewhere where a teleporter appeared at the end of the game. So then maybe we let's see. You can still pretty easily walk in on that. You know, this is a little bit of a rough idea. Maybe we'll go with this, maybe we won't. But I think this is at least, that's a little bit too, you know what, that's too many pillars. That's just too many pillars. That's just too heavy on the pillars. We could, so I like circles of pillars. There may just not be enough room. Let's think about, maybe let's do short pillars and see how that looks. Oops. There we go. I was just trying to cut that little pattern and really failing at it. I feel like if we're doing a grouping of 7, then it would look a little better with the 2 on the bottom and the 1 on the top. So I think it's can be pretty fun to do. So circles are easier to communicate that it's a circle with an even number of sort of points, but I think it can look cooler if there's an odd number. Okay, so that's that. That's what that looks like with a circle of pillars. It's a little heavy. So the other option we could do is this is gonna look probably real bad if I do this just right on top of it, but do sort of an arch like this. I think that's gonna look better if we just, instead of having a bajillion pillars, we just do an arch. Well, I'm saying an arch. It's not an arch. It's not arched at all. That looks like a portal. That looks the most like a portal. Then we can do some of these by it. Move this up a little bit. I didn't actually mean to scrunch those pillars down so short, but there we are. I think that looks pretty alright. That looks pretty good. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Yeah, it looks mysterious. I think you'll probably see that pretty close to the beginning of the game and be like, I wonder what that is. What could that be? Um, and then at some point, a portal will open here underneath this arch, and you'll be able to walk through to get to the final level. So here's what I like. Here's what I think we should do also. I'm going to move this just a smidge to fit in with this gap I made in the wall. I think that'll look a little nicer. Move it away from the bottom a little bit. What I definitely don't want to do now is put in this fence, because right now, if you're at the end of the game, just going up this ladder to get back to the village up here is very convenient. You know what, Christopher, I see that you just posted something in the YouTube chat. Why don't we move this ruins up here? So this area serves, I mentioned this, I don't really see the purpose gameplay wise to have those cliffs up there. What if we move this here? This will make it much easier to get to and from the final dungeon. Also, this means that when you're starting off the game, you'll see this little ruins here and you'll wonder, what is that? And that'll be a mystery that takes the entire game to pay off. And then at the end, you'll have all the satisfaction of being like, oh, that's what that was. Finally, my question is answered. I think that would be, I kind of think that would be better than putting it down here in the water. Was there any reason you had it in the water? I'm going to ask that, type it too. Yeah, so we'll see. Give Christopher a second to respond. Yeah, so this is actually a great time for me to go. I'm gonna use the bathroom, grab a snack. It's 1:30 for me, so it's a little bit of it's getting on time for me to do lunch, but I want to finish this map before I do lunch. So I'm gonna go grab a snack and use the bathroom and then come back and then I think put down the ground. And that'll probably be it for that'll probably be just about all this map needs. But putting down the ground and all the little grass decorations is tedious but fun, and for me to show people how I do it, because I've done a lot of it. So if I maybe I have, hopefully I have some like good techniques at this point. Also, just oh, these aren't aligned right. Wait. Oh yeah, they're not. Oops. I just realized these pillars aren't lined up symmetrically. Ah, it's got to be symmetrical. There we go. All right, I'll be right back with the snack. Sorry, I ended up taking a phone call. Cool. See, Christopher answered that there wasn't any reason that the teleport to the final dungeon was just in the middle of the river. So I'm going to go ahead and move it up to the land where I think it makes a little bit more sense. Clear off this sandbar that I made. But actually, I kind of liked that sandbar, so let's just make another one. Just one that's a little bit smaller. Because sandbars are pretty cool, honestly. And it'll add a little bit of interest and stuff going on to the stop scrolling. Oh my gosh. Like, stop. What? All right, cool, fun, weird, bad. Yeah, adding a sandbar I think will add a little bit of interest to the as you're traveling through the water. Because a lot of times if you're just you're just like going through a bunch of water, that can get a little tedious. Adding some stuff going on in the middle will make it more interesting. Oops. Wrong border. Sand edges. There we go. There's a little bit much actually. So now what I'm doing is, sorry, I just zoned out, forgot I was, I feel like I should be talking nonstop. Sort of playing around, figuring out how the shallow water around the sandbar should look. Once again, scrolling with a bad mouse. Cool. What I also want to do is just add a little bit of sand, just like in the corners of, like right here, you know? I think that'll look pretty good. But actually, let's do shallow water underneath it. So, whoa. I think it's when you're trying to do like a contour edge around something, I find then that you when you're trying to do, let me start over. Let me learn how to doing. Oh my gosh. I find that when you're trying to put a contour edge around something and you only actually want it around part of it, not the whole thing, it's easier to put it around the whole thing and then just delete the part you don't want later. That's probably pretty obvious advice. All right, anyway, there we go. I think that looks interesting. We can worry about putting some rocks in the water later. Um, hmm. One thing I don't usually do is so in Ocean's Heart there's no swimming. But which what that means is I've never worried about trying to block off the edge of a screen from someone who's swimming. But I think the best way to do it would be something like this. Just a bunch of different rocks. You know, you can put 8 pixels spacing between each rock, because then the player can't fit through them, and it'll just look a little more naturally spaced, not like a huge crowd of rocks out of nowhere. And it's not like we're trying to trick the player into thinking that there's not a barrier here. Clue true. Yeah, there's a... Yeah, on the Discord, Cluedru's saying that he's been damaged by water more than any of the enemies. Yeah, that's possible. There are a few places where it's kind of easy to walk off the edge. Docks and piers are a little bit dangerous. You need to, but yeah, hey, you got to be careful when you're on the pier. It's no place to be playing around. All right, let's zoom out a little bit and see what all we have left to do. I think it's just like the grass and the water at this point. Yeah, I think so. Down to just grass and water. All right. Might do a little more changes around this ruins thing where we're going to put a portal later. But let's go ahead and start out by putting down the water tiles. So the reason that I'm not just doing a big giant rectangle of water and then like over here putting grass over it is because I like to have the grass tiles always be truly like the bottom tile. So that way when I'm doing details with them, I can just click the B button, send to back behind, and it'll always go behind all the details. I'll explain what I mean with that more when we get to doing the grass. Did I miss the spot? Oh, missed the spot over here. Oh no, I didn't miss a spot. I just made this one not wide enough. There we go. Alrighty, so there is our water. So for water details, we've got some waves and we've got, oh, thank you. Thanking you, Oslero. I'm just realizing I don't know how to pronounce a lot of names that I see pretty frequently. I've always pronounced Oscillero, but it could be Oclero. I'm not sure. Anyway, so yeah, so for details in water, we've got these little waves that I've got on my cursor right now, as well as in the ocean set we have these guys, which are just a little bit of shimmery darkness. And we'll see what those look like in a second. I think we'll do maybe another test play to come down here and take a look at what we've done. But so with the waves, I like to put them in clusters of 2 or 3. I found that that's really what looks best. Like with like blades of grass and other details like that, clusters are going to look much better than just going random. A lot of times I see people being like, oh yeah, you just distribute the grass randomly, but that never really looks that good. Or is with grass, that's not even particularly true to the way that grass grows. Grass will grow in clumps. If you look at my yard now, which I have not mowed since springtime happened, you can tell that like, oh, there's different kinds of grass growing growing clusters and clumps, rather than it just being truly like randomly distributed. Another thing that is helpful to do when adding in details like this is to figure out the right level of zoom for the amount of detail that you want. Generally, the more zoomed out you are, the less details you will do, because when you're zoomed out like this, like super zoomed out, you can see a lot of details. If I were to zoom in, I just wouldn't be able to see as many, so I'd be like, oh, let me fill it up, and I'd put down more. So, I mean, don't zoom in too close or you will maybe end up being a little too cluttered. Don't zoom out too far or you may have some like blank areas. Like at this level of zoom, I might not have even thought to put something down here. But this is actually another good example I can point out. With these shadows, I think it is really useful if you want to show depth to put some of the details within the shadows of the like the cast shadows of bridges. That I find to be really helpful to really nail, oh, this is a shadow coming from something above. So you'll notice down here I didn't put grass or anything for this little path here. It's because I wanted to do it in dirt or stone or something. Honestly, now that I think about it, I think probably a few of these would look better if they were not all just grass. Let's try this dirt. I'm actually a big fan of it. I did this one a long time ago and forgot about it. What we're going to do is we're going to just do this whole little island thing all in this kind of dirt. So obviously our little grass border is not going to be good anymore, but we have dirt borders we can use. You know what? Now that I've done it, I don't like it. I think the problem here is that the color of this dirt is too bright compared to the cliffs. And it looks a bit off to me. Put it back. Yeah, so maybe we'll try out some different kinds of grounds for some of these other little islands later. Let's go back to finishing the water. Let's put in these Olivier, cool. Probably Olivier. I'm assuming the R at the end is probably not something you pronounce. But yeah, so let's put down some of these. Oh yeah, it's definitely missing some bushes. We'll get to that. We'll figure out those details in a minute here. But yeah, let's put down some of these dark little details. And then I think we will give ourselves the ability to swim when we test play and go on a little field trip to take a look at how these look out in the wild. And again, I'm making sure to go up underneath the shadows to really show the depth there. Oh, thank you. Glad I could pronounce it properly. For whatever reason, well, I know the reason. So I don't like to, with the waves, I like to do them in clusters. With these little darker details, these shadows, I don't like to do them in clusters as much. I do them a little bit more individually. That is because they are a little more distinctive than the waves. The waves really look like they're very generic, you know, they're very repeatable. Whereas these clusters are more unique. So when you see them close together, it looks more strange than when you see these light colored waves close together. Oops. So I'm just making sure that the shadows are above the details in the water. I've got a sneeze. Oh, it's passing. Oh, I'm not going to get a sneeze. Oh, no. All right, then what we can do, go up here, just cover everything with this grass, and then send it to the back. And it's not going to cover anything because I made sure to, as I was building in my head, I kept in mind, okay, the grass is going to be the back layer. And it's that easy, so we didn't have to go in and around the edges down here. One thing I'm noticing actually is there's a little bit of, you can see a little bit of the blue behind this corner. If you look right behind this corner, you can see a little bit of blue from the water. Rather than changing the shape of the water, I'm just going to go bop, cover it up with the corner. Because it's so tight against the tree, that's fine. All right, let's do a test play. Let's see, order up. Oh. Yeah, what's up with that? Okay. Woo, too big, too big. All right. So let's add game, set ability lift to 1, set ability sword to 1, set ability swim, I guess, to 1. Let's see if I can, let's make sure we have the ability to swim. Yes, excellent. All right. Now let's go and check it how everything's working. Just got a text from a friend. I'll need to go in and add a shadow under here. But yeah, so this is what those details in the water. What I really go with my water is a constant shift of what I like in the water is how it's constantly sort of back and forth. So yeah, this is what it looks like. Oh dear. We are going to have to these borders are on layer 1. They're above us. We're gonna have to bring those down. But yeah, this is looking pretty good. You're blocked from getting through here, so you can't go to the edge of the screen, which I said before is just I think it's just a really good practice to make sure your player can never go right to the edge of the screen if they're not allowed to actually walk off the edge of the screen. So we actually can't do anything up here because we're blocked by you know what, you shouldn't be able to get to this area unless you have either the level 2 lift or the jump. I think you get swimming after jumping though, so this should be fine. So then again, yeah, this, so see how I mentioned this again earlier. This pathway, this water pathway, is 1 tile wide. I don't like that because if you're down here just swimming around and you came at it from this side, you might assume that you can't go this way because you see the dark colors here and think, oh, I can't swim on that. Or even if you're swimming on it here, it just looks not very, it doesn't look very inviting, It's not clear that you can go that way. So in general, that's why I prefer to have pathways that you want the player to go by that are not like secret passages. You want them to be more than 1 tile wide. I know I've said that a lot, but I think it's a very important principle. So anyway, yeah, that's what our water looks like. As you can see, with no details on our grass, it looks abysmal. Can't go this way yet because we have not made that would be B4. But for anybody who hasn't seen it yet, I also made a few changes to the village. So here's, the inn where you start. I haven't touched the tile sets on the inside. So this was in ZSDX. This was Link's house. So what used to be here was a long, long, long line of bushes. I think most people, understand that looks very unnatural. That was just a relic left over from when the game was first made, when Christopher was very young. So I went ahead and replaced that with these, a cluster of trees and some fences so that functionally it still serves the same purpose. You can't walk there without being able to do something about the bushes, either lifting them or cutting them. But aesthetically, it's much better. The other thing about it, besides a long, long line of bushes, visually not looking that great, the other thing is this condenses it down into 2 paths. So rather than a really, really when you've got like a long transitional space, like let's say down here on this part of it, if it weren't for these fences, then this would just be a very wide place to walk. Not super wide. It's less than 1 screen width, so I think it's fine. But if you ever have a transition between 2 maps that's wider than 1 screen width, I think that looks a little unprofessional. You'll notice that none of the very rarely in Nintendo's 2D Zelda games are you going to have a really, really wide place where you can transition between 2 maps. I think the reason for that is this helps you build your map in your head. You have screens, which have doors, rather than just being out in the open in a field. And this makes it a lot cozier and helps you keep track of it better in your head when it's more of a doorway between 2 areas rather than just a really, really wide barrier between 2, artificial barrier between 2 areas. It just feels natural, feels cozier. This fountain is really cute. Whoever animated this fountain, I assume that was Diarandor. Beautiful. Love this fountain. Changes to this screen too. Again, the long line of bushes, got rid of that. In this case, I replaced it with a cliff too, as well as a tree. I really like these. I really like these cliffs when you use them as occasionally use them shorter, occasionally use them taller. They're really good for going at variable lengths. So I did that. The other big change I made to the village was this tiny puddle I made into a whole pond and put a bridge over it because bridges are fun. Everybody loves bridges. Besides other miscellaneous changes to the caves and stuff. So this is what it would look like if you didn't. I put those walls in the caves down below. If you didn't do those, technically you could do this. But if at this coordinate you have a teleporter, then you'll never be able to walk all the way up here anyway. So, yeah, I guess I'm just doing a little bit of show off of how these areas look in the game now. I added a little bit of more of a forest over here. You've still got the secret passage to get to the bonus area. I made a couple windows though, so you can see into where you're going. Bonus area I did not make yet. But so the grass details that are in this forest are what we're about to do next in room A, or in map A4. So as you can, this is how I do them. As you can see, they're sort of, I tend to do clusters of details around the edges more than just spreading them randomly. That helps, just visually helps your eye follow the negative space and indicates where is the proper place to walk. And just groupings look better visually than just noise everywhere. So might as well walk up here as long as I'm showing off the work I've done. Let's give ourselves the better lift. Set our lift strength 2 in the console. There we go. Now we're so strong. I made this area a lot rockier, and I made a shrine for that fire dude. Inferno, I believe was his name. I'm gonna do I'm gonna do some custom graphics here for the face. I thought the talking to like a giant flaming face was really cool. Or maybe I'll make it so you go inside the shrine and talk to him there. But this archway is what I'm gonna do this kind of thing down for the teleporter to the final dungeon down in the area we're currently working on. So yeah, another thing that I did up here was around the edges of the area I put grass, and then the main traversal ways are stone. Just visually that works as a path, so you can see, it just indicates which way you could go. Obviously you can walk on the grass just fine, but it gives you that indication of which way is the proper way to go. Up here I made the what was it, like a flea market or something like that, and I did some a custom tent graphic for the witch's shop, because I just thought it'd be cool. Anyway, so that was just taking a little field trip to see the other areas I've completed. Let's go ahead and exit those and bring back up the editor. So yeah, let's see how oh, Christopher's daughter wants to play. I can't wait for her to play to see how she likes it. All right. Okay. All right, first things first. Let's put some shadows behind this arch. It looks very odd without them. Oh, first things first. These, no, they need to be layer 0 with the rest of our traversable stuff. Ah, I missed. There we go. All right, now we won't be able to walk directly from the water onto the islands. And then that has the two-part function of preventing the player from going underneath the bridges all the way down to here, which is the very edge of the map. So it looks like you'd be able to go further, but you can't go further. So we don't want the player to go there. This actually brings up another interesting point. If you look at, let me make sure it's on the screen. Oh, it's not. The screen has resized itself once more. I wish it would stop doing that. Uh, I need to keep a better eye on that. Anyway, so yeah, if you here on the eastern edge of the water area you can swim in, we have a really long border with the next map. I mentioned earlier that I'm not a big fan of that. One second, my dog's barking. That's fine. That's just the neighbor dog. Because it just, so yeah, when you have a border this long, it's oh, I could text my friend. Um, it's I don't think it's great. It's one, why like how does the player know if you're coming? Say you are. I'm going to represent the player by this stone tile. You're coming from here, and you're presented with this long space. You can cross into the next map from up here, or in the middle, or at the bottom, and you have no information on where you might want to cross or what's going to be on the other side. You have it's just the developer's intent is much less clear, as opposed to something like here, where you know you can cross here or here. Um, when it's such a big area, it doesn't feel as cozy. It's not as comfortable to cross. It's just not as it's not as good, honestly. um, that's another development thing I feel fairly strongly about. Um, so one thing that we could do, let's look at what we're crossing into. So it's this is what we're going into, a fairly narrow channel further north, and a wider channel with sort of a maze of rocks to the south. Um, there's really no point in going crossing in up here. So I think let's just block that off with rocks to make it so you can't cross there. Um, one thing I love to do is to put a rock halfway. Slide this whole thing down. Put a rock halfway over between two screens, so that way you sort of have a reference of what's on either side as a player when you're playing. I think that's nicer. Yeah, I'll just drop a few rocks there so we don't have to worry about the player crossing up further north. Throw in a few more miscellaneous rocks so they don't look out of place, but rather it looks like a grouping of rocks. Or you know what? Ooh, actually, you know what I think we could do? I have an idea. Let's move these down a little bit. Let's put a waterfall in. So we know that the north end of this little stream is a source of water. If we look over here for our reference, so water is coming from here basically. So let's make this a water. You'll see what I'm about to do. Yeah, it's a little too high. Oh my gosh, what caused that zoom? I think this mouse is too sensitive. I'm gonna try my other mouse. I brought another mouse over here. We'll see if it works well. But yeah, what if we do something like this, where let's get this tree out of the way. A lot of times I will put things that I need to copy and paste a lot over on the side so that I can access them easily. But it's in the way now. So yeah, what if we do something like this? We don't need these rocks anymore. But actually, it is nice to have rocks. A lot of times you will find rocks in in real life at the bottom of a waterfall. But yeah, this might look quite nice. I think this will look. I think that'll look very nice. It almost makes me want to have instead of this being the path right here, to pull this little inlet up further north and put a bridge instead. Here's the thing, everybody. So here, okay. Here's the thing: is everybody loves a bridge. The one, and then we'll move some trees around. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make this a very cute little outlet for the river. And we're gonna add in a bridge, because everybody loves bridges. Bridges are just fun to walk across. Let's go ahead, and the thing with the scroll wheel is reversed on this mouse. Keep scrolling the wrong way. Let's do another one of these types of bridges, because I thought they looked pretty good down here. Although we will definitely make it 2 tiles wide instead of 1. What's my dog barking at now? Did somebody arrive home? Oh, cool. My wife's home. Maybe I'll make her lunch soon. Oops, scrolling the wrong way again. All right. Now, because the bridge is here, I mentioned earlier something about spaces should feel like sort of like rooms that you walk between. Right now, this ruin thing is sort of in the middle of nowhere. I want to give it just a little bit of separation from the bridge space. So the way we're going to do that is with a couple trees, just so that the ruins has its own little area that is separate from the pathway of the bridge. This way it's off to the side a little bit. I think that's preferable. All right, so let's add in these shadows. So the way that I like to do shadows, I'm just gonna set down 3 things, 3 little shadow tiles first, and then bring these to the foreground. So that way there are, if you don't do that, then there will be a slight gap, like a 1 pixel gap between the edge of the pillar and the shadow. In Ocean's Heart, the pillars are a little bit more narrow, so it's even more pronounced. So I'm in the habit of doing that. But I do think if you don't do that here, there will be a little gap. Let's check. Yeah, that little gap. We don't want that. So I put a little bit of shadow right behind there. That helps solve that issue. And then let's zoom out, take a look at the whole thing overall. All right, yeah, I don't think there's, for now, anything else we want to add besides the ground details. So let's start with some darker grass. This is something I do on every map. I can't figure out how to scroll sideways. Interesting. Middle clicking lets you grab and drag. All right. Yeah. So these here are the like darker, shadier versions of the shady versions of the grass, and I like to put them in areas that would be naturally a little shady. Oh, hey, would you look at that? This is off a little bit. There we go. In particular because the trees don't come with shadows underneath them in the style set. I think going forward I am going to put shadows under the trees because it does look a lot better. But this is another thing that I do besides shadows under trees that sort of implies that I do this in places that are shadier or maybe a little more wet where the grass grows thicker. Well, you'll see. So what I did at first was, this is just a technique thing. I set this down in the middle somewhere on layer 0 and then cut it and pasted it. The reason I do that is because if you just go to the map selector and drag here, that'll be on layer 0. But then if you drag here, oh, sometimes you do that and your second one will get caught on layer 1 and then you'll start accidentally walking underneath some grass out of nowhere, which is not desirable. But so just, you know, pasting one down and copying it ensures that all the other ones you do will be on the correct layer. So I never like to really, when I'm doing this, I like the sort of change, I like, how to say this. Let me do an example of what I don't do. I don't want any sharp corners like that where it changes more than 8 pixels in one direction. That's how I would smooth that out. Or like that. That is also fine. It just helps it to not be blocky. If you keep the changes at like 8 pixels. 8 pixels at a time change in direction. So other good places to put in darker colored grass are sort of like in corners of cliffs. What this does is visually it helps smooth out 90-degree angles. And really a lot of what doing this dark grass does is helps smooth out the composition of the scene as a whole. It takes away sharp angles, makes things look more organic, a little curvier, a little less to the grid. It is kind of a hassle to do though, but I think it's worth it. You also see that by going in particular around areas where there are trees, that it sort of helps imply walkways in the lighter colored grass, you know? But you don't always have to do it that way. I frequently will go across a pathway. Like this is very clearly a pathway, you know, between these 2 rows of trees. And here I'm just going to go across it because that adds some visual interest. And you'll notice I'm not super worried. Like sometimes I've gone over cliff tiles. Like you might notice that I'm not worried about going over other tiles, because what we're gonna do once we've done all this is select all of these tiles and put a border around them and then send them to the back. So they will be behind everything. Then we're gonna send the big grass tile to the back so that that is behind these dark tiles. But yeah, for most of the beginning of the development of Ocean's Heart, I did not do this. What I did was entirely randomly just put in, I had, like maybe a dozen variations of grass, and I would just sort of spread them around randomly. And once I started doing this, it started looking way better. Man, my voice is my voice is really starting to go. So yeah, this spot right here is a really good candidate for the darker colored grass. But it would also probably look fine without it. These little edge areas like this, there's no real rule I have about what I do with them. But one solution I do have sometimes is just put a bunch of dark grass on there like that. These little pockets of like little dips into tree lines definitely look good with it, I think. And once again, I'm just fully going right over other things like this staircase. Sometimes sometimes I do these even when they're not anchored to like a side, like a tree or something, to sort of a floating patch of this dark colored grass in the middle of a field. I think that works well, especially for things like this, where they're going behind something that is dense in detail. All these pillars are pretty dense in detail. So behind these pillars, normally you wouldn't want to put blades of grass like these that I'm selecting over here. You wouldn't necessarily want to put those behind the pillars because that would be very busy visually. So a solid chunk of just this dark grass, I think is a good choice. Here, what I'm putting it here is definitely, again, to help show that there is a path along here. You walk where the dark grass is not. Just really emphasizes the path. I'm not sure if I want to do it, if I want to do any in this maze. I think I'm going to say no for the maze for now. Do a little bit jutting out here. But if I change my mind and want to do it in the maze later, that's fine. One really cool feature is being able to take off, not show any entity that's a wall. And then if you take off the upper layers too, you're usually going to be left with nothing but little detail tiles like this. So if you want to select a certain area later, it's pretty easy. Yeah, let's do a little bit of this down here. I think on these islands especially we'll be wanting to do some bushes and maybe a few trees other than the kinds of trees that we've already done. the kinds of trees on the rest of the map are very, very bulky. Maybe we'll use some of the other trees in the tile set down here because they're a lot less bulky. You can walk around them more easily, but there's really no room for those trees, the bulky trees, on these little islands. All right, and we could, really keep doing this for quite some time, especially up here on these places. And actually I'm gonna do a big chunk. Like that. Another thing this can be really useful for is to show depth. If a lot of the stuff on a lower level is dark and then the top of a hill is not, that really shows the contrast between them really well, I think. But yeah, we could keep doing this for a while, probably, just putting in little details like this in the corner. But that's enough. I think that's enough. So here's what we want to do is use the contour generator to do grass dark edges around all of these. So one thing you could do is take off all, a lot of stuff and select by hand all of these, but it's very tedious. And in a case like this, you may accidentally select tiles underneath these if you've gone over trees and there may be some tiles underneath or something like that. Then you don't want to select the tiles that are underneath, because then when you send it to the back, you'll send those tiles too and they'll be missing. So I found the best way to do this is to right click on one, change pattern of similar tiles, change it to yellow ones, make sure we got everybody, and then just Control Z. Now everybody's selected, the whole gang's here. So we can do borders around the selection, and then while everything's still selected, B, send it to the back. It's doing a lot of tiles, so it took a second to load, and let's select our big grass, B, to send that to the back, and there we go. So that is by far the most tedious part of this whole thing, of adding details and stuff to the mapping process, but it really softens things out. Especially right now, I think I'm going to maybe tweak these tiles a little bit in the future. Because right now these do look pretty jaggedy when they go diagonal. But I did an experiment on a different tile set that fixed that, and I will probably update these so they're less jiggy-jaggy, like these corners that I'm highlighting right now. They're kind of shark tooth-like, and we don't want that. Or maybe we do, I don't know. But either way, I like this way of doing details. So that's a good start. Interestingly, I noticed, I was like, where I thought I put dark ones down here, why aren't they showing up? It's because this is why I said I always put the I try always to put a single giant dark thing in the back. All right, how do I solve this? Okay, so what this means is I put these here. All right, let's send those to the back. Okay, let's fix it somewhat, but now I have to send that to the back. Okay, now I have to send that to the back. Wait, this is here, that, oh, now I need to send that to the back. So when there's a lot of different layers and, different, like, for islands, it can get really annoying because you got to keep sending different things to the back, and sometimes it gets messed up. Anyway, just, it's way easier for places like up here, where there's a solid piece of ground, a single giant rectangle that you can always count on sending to the back. Anyway, all right, there's a little bit more we can do before my voice totally goes. And that'll be using these tiles. Actually, no, one thing we need to do before that, dirt paths. So the for dirt paths, you can go either, I find going either one tile or two tiles wide. Both work fine. Doing diagonals with these works pretty well too. The thing that I've found with this, making paths like this, you always want to imply a little more than you actually go to the trouble of making. So like we don't want to like really map out a path behind all this stuff. But if you just go like that, that'll imply that it branches off pretty well. Let's take a look at our map above here. Okay, I've somehow turned on a grab tool that I can't turn off. No. Weird. By clicking the middle click and the right click at the same time on accident, I've turned my mouse into a grab tool. I think it's behaving normally. I'm just gonna save. We're just gonna save everything, close Solarus, and reopen it, or close the quest editor, open it back up. Cool. Cool. Looks like you are. Looks like we're still able to see everything on the stream. That's good. So anyway, the reason I was checking up on A1 was to see if there are any dirt paths that ought to have reached down into this map. Doesn't look like there were, so just go ahead and, oops, I do try to keep these aligned, if not to the grid, then to each other in a grid, while still varying their widths. And that's pretty good for dirt paths. We're going to do the same thing to add borders around these. Change pattern of all similar tiles, something random like sand, just to select them all. At some point in the editor, I think we'll make it, I think there will be added a select pattern of similar tiles functionality, but not here quite yet. That's interesting what happened there. Yeah, then we can go in and add some of these variation detail tiles. Just always being careful not to let any of the sharp edges show. You know, in retrospect, all these tiles probably should have just had the dark parts, because then I wouldn't have to worry about the sharp edges showing. But like that, then you can see the corner, so you got to go over one. But oops. I will design these better, or maybe I'll make a change to design, make these work better later. It's nice to do this at a super zoomed out level so you aren't scrolling constantly back and forth. And depending on how wide the initial path was, you may not always be able to use the, like down here it was not wide enough to use these 2x2 bigger detail tiles, so gotta add more of the little ones, which is fine. But yeah, this is just to sort of sprinkle these details on the blank dirt to give the impression of variations. That's probably good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. All right, then let's, okay, now, finally, after, this is usually the last thing I do to a map, is add these grass details. So, the way I usually work with these is, I'll pick like an area. In this case, I'm picking just this hill up here. And I'll use all 8 varieties in that area, and then move on to another little area, sprinkle in all 8 varieties. That's one method I'll use pretty frequently. I think this is, it's good because it's a little bit quicker, but it's not quite as nice. I mentioned earlier the preference for these. They're going to look better if you do them in little clusters of 2 or 3. Preferably more like around the edges of your the area you're putting them in. So that's pretty good. I'm gonna take a couple here and just put them, just one little pattern in the middle. And honestly, that's plenty for this area, for this little hill area. More than that, it's gonna start to look really busy. For the path down here, I'm gonna show you how light you can go with them. Honestly, a couple there. Take this one. This one's a little louder, so it takes up more visual space. Put it there. Boom, you're good for that whole corner. Let's put somebody over here. Okay, up at the top. Somebody down here. And now, honestly, just like those 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, those 9 little details are good for this whole dirt path area. You know, like, so I really do recommend not going too wild with these, because 1, it'll look busy, 2, it'll just save you a whole bunch of time if you don't go too hard. Not that I'm the best person to talk to about efficient strategies for saving time, because I frequently do things that take a long time just because they look a bit better. See all of these dark grass tiles. But yeah, these flowers too, I really recommend not using them too much. They look, since I only have, there's only 2 different patterns. If you do too many of them, the patterns will very quickly, it'll be noticed that there's just 2 and that they're repeating a lot. So go light with those. Don't do too many of them, and you might not notice there's a lot. Oh, I just got a comment. Use the contour generator for the path borders. Yeah, I did use it. I could not. I couldn't stand to do those by hand. Yeah, the amount of repetition that I would have to do of moving my hand back and forth between the tile set and the map to put the borders on by hand instead of using the contour generator, ooh, is too much. Cool, just checking the messages on the Discord. So another thing you may notice with this tile set is that these dark colored grasses are the same color as this. They're not going to show up if you put them here. But the other thing is that the light colored grasses, you know, these four use a shadow behind them, and that is also the same color. So if you put the too many of the light colored grasses like this, they won't look quite as good. They won't have the depth that they do when you put them on the light grass. So so in general, I just don't put any details on the dark colored grass at all. So yeah, at this point I'm basically just grabbing semi-randomly little details and just dragging them around the edges of the composition over here. I tend to favor the dark ones more than the light ones because the light ones draw your attention a lot more. So using the dark ones is just a little easier on the eyes. Let's see. And I am saving the fence labyrinth in the middle for last because that just sounds like a hassle. I definitely want to zoom in more for the fence labyrinth one. One little time-saving technique that you're seeing me using right now is when I go over to the left side of the screen, I will pick two that are diagonal from each other, you know, like these two or these two, and then I can just sort of set them down as a unit. If you pick two that are not diagonal from each other, just directly next to each other, it looks a bit odd. I think they're better to have offset on that axis. And we're almost done with this, which is nice because this is the most boring, the most tedious, and the most repetitive part of doing maps, especially with this tile set. You know, there are ways if you use, and so the big grass color, the big green, this big green square, you could do something like use a more a grass pattern that just has these built in, you know, sort of like how this dirt pattern, you don't need details like this because the details are sort of built into it. However, like if you look just like the level of how busy this is compared to how busy the grass is. I prefer it to not be quite so busy. So that's why I take the time to add in details like this by hand. It's very time consuming. Oh, one thing you might want to do. Turn off layer 1 when you're placing them, because you don't want to accidentally get some of these details caught on the second layer, or the an upper layer, because then you'd walk behind them. That would be bad. And especially if you're using, for example, like this tree, then you might go to place a piece of grass like right in the corner, and it might accidentally get caught on the layer of the upper layer of the tree. I might have to show you what I mean. If I were to put, find a good place. If I were to put this right here, that may look like it's good, but then if we take away the bottom layer, you'll see that it's still on the it's still on the upper layer. So you'd walk behind it. So just, you got to be careful about that. This is the same case where it would have gotten put on the upper layer because of these tiles. So that's why I turned off the upper layer to place that one. Anyway. Another thing I suppose you could do is instead of using a grass tile that's 16 by 16 and has details built in, maybe use a grass tile that's like 64 by 64 and has some patterns built in. That's a valid option. You could do that. That likely wouldn't be too busy. The one thing you'd sacrifice with that is that the way that I'm putting all of these details more around the edges of the composition, you wouldn't be able to have control over that if you used a tile with details built in. But it would save a ton of time. So you got to make the trade-off to decide whether that's worth it for you. You almost always do that for things like the stonework. If we look at the we don't have it. If you look at, let's scroll over just a little bit on the tile set. This tile, for example, or this one, the two that I'm highlighting over here, they are just repetition, 4 repetitions of the 16 by 16 tiles, but with each one is a different variation. So that way, instead of like having this variant over and over, you can see like, oh, there's a lot of that one dark brick. It's not as repetitious because it's a bigger pattern being repeated. I think that works well for things like inlaid stone or tiles where there is real repetition. You're expecting some amount of repetition because it's the same tile repeated over and over. With grass, I just don't think it works as well. All right, that's good. I think that's pretty good for I think it's pretty good for our details. Let's move in. Let's zoom in on this labyrinth and put a few in too. Get it right in the middle. All right. Just really wanted to get it lined up. So I'm going to place, this one, this darker colored grass with 3 little shoots is probably the most generic of all the little details I have. So I feel comfortable placing it pretty frequently. I think you're not going to notice it as much as if I placed like this one more frequently, which is a different shape than all the rest and is a brighter color. You can see me just like spinning it around to try to, you know, like shooting around over and over to try to find a place that I like for it. Just holding it up. Does it look good here? Does it look good here? And that's just me, you know, I've been doing this for a long time. You sort of get an eye for what you think looks good, an eye for like what you prefer. You really just develop your own style by doing this long enough. And this, I mean, I made this tile set myself, so it is very conducive to the style that I like. But if there's, you know, if you would prefer a much busier floor, by all means, make some busier grass tiles. You can do that. Cool, I'm happy with that for the details in this labyrinth. Right on. Now let's zoom out and just take it in. Look at our handiwork. I think we've done a pretty good job. Pretty good job overall. There is a couple more things I think I want to add. I can think of just one offhand. I want to add in some bushes. So let's go to a different map. Oh, and look, just being right here makes me realize, oh, I'd actually like to maybe add some of these. You know, some of the water plants. But let's start with bushes. Copy some from over here, and then let's paste them in as a bit of decoration. I think they look very nice around the edges of things. I know I say that a lot, like, oh, these are good details to have around the edges of your path. That is just the principle of framing, you know. People put picture frames around art because it frames it. You know, it's not a secret, but thinking of places to apply that principle is, you know, it can be like, oh, I wouldn't have thought to apply that here. Sorry, I was looking at text messages. Guys, one thing we could do is see where the bushes were in the original game. None. Oh, I guess you can only see where they're little stumps. So over on the left side, above the ladder out of the water, near all the big tree stumps, you can see a bunch of little stumps, which I assume that must have been where bushes were growing. So I'm going. Sorry, I forgot how to turn what I wanted back on. So I'm maybe putting in a lot more bushes than were here originally. I think that adds a lot to the visual, to the visual appeal and style. But maybe we decide we don't want that many because it's making it too easy for players to get, you know, random heart drops to heal. So maybe we'll take them away later, but for now I'm just going to go ahead and put them in because I think they look good. Another thing these bushes are good for is like the dark grass kind of softening corners. So you'll see a lot of me putting them somewhere like here a lot because it sort of makes a swoop visually rather than that 90-degree corner. A lot of what I place down is really to soften things out because like I feel like with this tile set it's very easy to build out like your cliffs, for example. Part of the reason it's so easy is because they are so thoroughly aligned to the grid. But what that does mean also is that they're very boxy. So a lot of the other things I do are to smooth out the boxiness that I have brought upon myself by using these very, very angular cliffs with no diagonal tiles or anything. But in the end, like this, I think I'm pretty happy with the result. So let's see. One other thing we might want to add is maybe some other kinds of plants. So I talked about adding in some of these water plants. These are, cattails or reeds. They're kind of nice to add around the edges of pond. These grow in shallower water, so you're not as often going to see, you're never going to see a cattail right in the middle of a pond. Or if you do, what that means is that that's probably a really shallow part. Just things like that are nice to keep in mind when you're laying out a level in a video game. What would happen realistically here, and then don't feel like you're bound to I can only do this if realistically it would take place in real life. That's not true. You're making a video game. It's a fantasy. It's fun, but when people see something that is not super realistic, even if they don't know why it's not realistic, maybe they don't know what kind of water cattails grow in, or whatever, they still might think to, subconsciously, oh, that looks a little odd, and they might not even know why. So just the less opportunities you can give a player to say to themselves, oh, that looks a little odd, then it'll just be easier for them to get immersed in your game. They can spend more time playing and having fun and less time thinking about the making of the game. Because we put a lot of hard work into making our games, and we don't want anyone to know about that. That's supposed to just be our little secret. You're supposed to think, when you play it, you want to be thinking, oh, this is a world, and I'm in it right now, rather than thinking about oh, I wonder how Max made this. So that was fun to add a little bit of those. Let's see if we want to add any other kind of plants. As far as all these other kinds of trees, I don't think I'm going to go ahead and add them, just because the way I've been doing this overworld has been very homogeneous. This is not there aren't many different ecological zones in this overworld. Everything is pretty much the same kind of climate, the same kind of plants growing, and I think that's fine. We're not trying to do something incredibly groundbreaking here. What we're doing is we're remaking this Zelda fan game with free assets. So I'm not going to worry about oh, could I be putting in maybe some of these trees? I think they would look pretty good. They would look pretty good maybe. Then again, maybe not. They're perspective-wise, they're a little bit more front-viewed than the very top-viewed bushes. But yeah. So I think that's pretty good for now. I'm pretty happy with some of the changes that I made. We've all noticed that I have not put in any sort of entrance to the dungeons, because there's a dungeon right here and one right here. But I think what I will do for those is brainstorm with the other people working on this game and figure out how we want the entrances to work, and then I'll draw up some new graphics for those at that point. But for now, I think this is pretty good. And my voice is killing me, so hey, thanks for watching. Let me figure out now how to stop streaming. one thing I want to do, git add, git commit, make map A3. Let's yeah, let's push these changes. All right. All right, push those changes to the remote branch so that they are saved in GitLab. And then in stream, there it is. All right, cool. Thanks for watching, I guess. Hopefully this can be, if you're watching this later in the future or whatever, that this will be helpful for you. It can just be of help figuring out how these tiles work together. Good level design techniques, hopefully. And yeah, how the if you're playing this game and wanting to know the making of, and now you've seen some of it. Adios.